Well, good morning, good morning, good morning, afternoon to some. Hope y'all are having a great Monday. Let's keep that weekend vibe, like I said on Discord, in gear. We're headed to Hawaii, folks. So we got to keep the weekend vibe alive. First off, this is default scenery. I do know there is what looks like a fantastic San Francisco out there scenery for X-Plane 12. So I wanted to put that out there real quick. This is actually what comes out of the box in X-Plane 12. So I'm going to tell you right now, it's dynamite as well, as is the Felis 747. Gem of the Ocean, I believe, is the clipper we have as we get ready to embark on crossing the pond. Well, sort of. So hang on a second. I am going to get one last thing going because if I don't do it now, I will forget. And that's the ACARS program for Pan Am Virtual or Virtual Pan Am. I got to look at how they call themselves in case there's more than one out there. Let's see. I got to hit the wrong button all the time. There we go. Got the flight loaded, started, and poof, there we go. All right, and I want to just confirm over on their Discord channel. Oh, where are we hiding? Hey, we're there and showing. So we're at least batting 500. We got part of it right. But again, like I said, this is the default scenery. And this actually is where Pan Am and many legacy airlines started in this general D concourse area. And then it just expanded like wildfire here. Um, but the scenery that I've seen out there looks really good. I'll just put it that way. I can't tell you just how good because I haven't purchased it yet. Because I'll be honest, I kind of like the default scenery. It looks really good. So, all right. So, without further ado, I see the cargo's already loaded. Let's see if all those stragglers have gotten their way into the plane yet. Oh, we're just about there. So let's get going on our end. I've already had the flight engineer in here. He's completely pre-flighted us. By the way, that's me. If you didn't know, that's it. One man show for a show of three people. And the guy behind the curtain that does all the magic sits right here at this desk, the flight engineer, otherwise known as Bugs Bunny, if you've ever watched the cartoons, with the airplane diving for the ground, and he's back there with his feet kicked up learning how to fly in the book. Panel looks pretty similar. But all of this, that one man controls so that the two pretty boys up front, been a while since we've used it, folks. Got to go back to the originals. The pretty boys up front can do their little parades, hand waves as they go by because he's making them look good. And that's his job, by the way. It's in his description. So, anyway. So here we are, folks, in the classic. It is a classic, the 200. Again, one of the last three manned cockpit airplanes out there. The DC-10 had it. The L-1011 Airbus, I didn't realize had one in the 300. And then they got rid of them and made the pretty boys actually have to work up front. So, no, they did quite a bit. Don't worry. Flying these planes, working that INS and all of that, folks, that in itself was a chore. So, all joking, tongue-in-cheek aside, it's still fun. But anyway, we'll put it aside. We'll be nice. All right. So here we go, folks. Now, I will warn you as we get rolling here, I may have to mute my mic. My wife is waiting on a phone call. If she gets it, I'll go ahead and mute so she can take it for work. She's the one making all the money. I just get to be the pretty boy in front of the camera here. So, unfortunately, it's not so much a pretty boy. But anyway, that's a story for another time. Hence why there's no camera on me. All right, folks, so here we are, captain's seat. All we got left to do is basically wait on these peeps, which, well, the last one is stumbling into the airplane right now. All right, we are loaded, folks. So before we start our checks, let's be a good captain here and welcome everyone aboard.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
All right, folks, so there we go. I'm just getting ready here. Let's also do our pre-brief real quick that we like to do on all. Just finding some toolkit. There we go. And of course they come up when I'm ready to fly. Well, I don't get along well with Oakland, so we're not going to go on VATSIM. So sorry, folks. That will wait till we're out over the ocean. Me and Oakland have had a lot of words. Not good. So we're not going to spoil anyone's fun here. So that's why we're not going to be on VATSIM for the departure and at least getting out into Oceanic. So, all right. Let's see here. All right, let's take a look at the loadout, shall we? All right, well, I've done a little correction. My first flight plan I set up today for this flight had 284 people. That's what we loaded. This flight plan had 366 people and 0 pounds of cargo. So I kind of split hairs, made it 284 people, and filled out the rest to a 0 fuel weight of as close as we could get to 467,209 with cargo. So the ultimate goal is a payload of 80,000 pounds. We got 137,000 pounds ish of fuel on board, more than 127 there. And we will cruise at Mach 0.85. We'll start at 33,000. No, actually, I put us at 34 because we're going west, which are even numbers. That would be the first discussion we'd have with San Francisco. And then we're going to try for a step climb around, hang on a second, lost my page, BARAZ at, and that will try to take up to 36,000. So that's our game plan there with the loadout. Winds currently 180 at 8. Why did they give us runway 1? Huh. That is so weird. The ATIS has them on the 1s. That makes no sense. I'm going to have to recheck the ATIS. Okay, 10 miles visibility. We got a broken layer at 1,800 feet. So technically we're instrument conditions out of here, which is cool. 15 degrees Celsius. All right, well, we'll check into that here in a moment. We may have a runway change in progress. Over in the islands, a typical Hawaiian tropical day of winds out of the east at 8. 10 miles of visibility and just a few clouds scattered about up to 7,500 feet, as you see there. It's a nice, comfortable 26 degrees Celsius there, and just, what you expect this time of the year. So let me get in here real quick, check our ATIS, and we'll proceed out from there. I'm just going to pull it up here on the side and see, did they change it on me when I was in flight planning? That never happens to flying with Mike. The fact that Oakland didn't put one up for San Francisco tells me something right there, too. All right, so yeah, we are 2/8 for ILS. What are we doing here? Simul simultaneously, closely spaced on the ILSs. And departing. Okay, we are departing 282 left. Okay, so now they have switched. Of course, after I do all my rigorous flight planning, they switch it. Oh well, it is what it is. All right, folks. So with that, we just have a minor correction to make. So we'll be now going out to San Francisco for departure instead of on a heading of 10. You know what? Let me bring in, well, that's going to take up a lot of space. Hang on. We'll do the desktop version of charts instead of the one I have in Sim Toolkit. Okay, so now we got a runway change. We'll do 28. Which one do we want? We'll do 28 right. What the heck? Let's be rebellious. Add. And San Francisco to norm. Well, I had two BEBOPs in there. That's kind of weird. Okay, so BARAZ is going to be about 3 fixes into our trip. Okay. All right, let me put that up here for you so you all can see what we're going to do here. Going to probably be it is right in the way. All right, so let's just walk through it real quick. Our departure, San Francisco 4. All right, basically we're going to come off 28 left, so we climb on radial 281 off of SFO. SFOs have identified 15.8. We'll get that in the box here in a moment. Then we'll expect radar vectors out to our assigned route. So we'll go straight out to norm, and then we'll go direct BEBOP. Okay, and since our altitudes are all assigned by ATC, that means we get the direct climb to 34,000. I like that. All right, you can see it depicted here. Here's 28s, go out 281 to norm. Does it say it's about 12 miles? And then we'll make our turn. And then just so you get a feel, there's norm and there's BEBOP, so we'll just turn to a heading of 237 and go. We'll probably have already switched into the FMS. We'll get into why there's no INS systems on here, folks, and it's nothing against Felis. It's just headaches I had a long time ago I don't want to revisit. So that's all it is. It's Felis probably has phenomenal stuff in there. It's not anything to do with them. It's all about this guy and the fact it very much was a pain in the rump way back when. So if I can use an FMS, I will. Much like when I had dealings with San Francisco on VATSIM. So that's why I try to keep it uplifted for you all as well as me, trying to get back in the swing, get things ready after rough shifts sometime at work. Hey, you don't know what this does sometimes for me, how much it helps ease the stresses of a day. So I hope likewise it's doing the same to you all. All right, so let me get in the middle here. We're going to start setting this up. All right, so according to the chart, which I have up on another screen over here, we are to fly to 81, okay? Just set this right on in there. Okay, and I believe that is the runway course here as well. Let me check. Probably won't tell me because it's set for one right. It is true. All right, so hang on. Let me just do a quick switcheroo. We said 28 right. Doesn't matter, they're parallels, so 284. Okay. Go away. There we go. 284. All right. For the sake of the flight here, let's do an initial climb to 8,000. You know what? Geez, do I take it all the way? I'm going to go to 6,000. We'll level off there, get through our after takeoffs, then we'll continue up. Hopefully we're all in good shape. We can do that because it's a straightaway shot. Okay. All right. So looking over the rest of our panel. Okay. So let's come down here to the all important radios. Nav. Are they up front? They are. They always do this to me. Oh. All right, so we got 15.8 on this one. And Norm is identified off of Sausalito at 16.2. And that is a radial 191. All right, so as we climb out, tracking, just so you all are seeing what I'm setting up here, we're going to climb. Okay, runway heading we've said is 284. Put into our heading bug. Identified there and there. Okay, course up here is the course 281 off San Francisco to Norm. Should be 12.9 miles when we cross. At around 12.9 up here, we should see this needle crossing here to let us know we crossed and we can make our turn. That's how I've set this up. So, all right. Clear as mud. I got it. So, but again, you know, we're going to have fun with it. All right, folks, welcome in. Let's do the last bit of work here before we get into all the good checks. All right, so we're going to load from the load sheet. This is our performance numbers. All right. Good old San Francisco one more time. Airport's at you got it. Oh, 13. I was going to say, you got to be kidding me. It's not on this chart. So you don't have anything in between the 100 and 0, so it's 0. Elevation heading. Let's just go 280. Slope. I'm going to go with a 0 slope. And currently, by sky vector terms, we're looking at a wind of 190 at 11. Some of these you can set direct, some you can't. 3000. Now, why did I just see? It was in the in the ATIS that was saying something different. We'll have to double check. And the temp here is a balmy 16 degrees. Are we going to call a runway dry here? Let's find out. Let me go to departure airport show details. Currently 180. What's this? 14. 16. That's a little old. Notums. Okay, I don't show anything like the runway is in any kind of, neither in the METARs or anything, so we're going to go dry. And we're good there. So what this yields, well, are we going to go flap 10 or flap 20? My only complaint is that is so low. That should be at least a 6. But again, it's been a long time since I've seen a 200 roll empty. I might believe that if we were empty, we're not. We're 604,000 on takeoff, but we'll have to go with it. So we'll set the bug. So 3.9 we'll set 16 degrees initial, 307 after 10,000. Wow. Oh well, let's do it. Get those bugs are set, and let's get ready for startup, shall we?
Before start checklist, please.
Gear lever and lights.
Down and check.
Brakes.
Parked.
Start levers.
Off.
Radios.
On and check.
Flight control hydraulic power.
On.
INS.
Hold on.
Yep, I know. I got a couple. Getting the APU fired up here. Okay, APU is coming on. All right, she's spun up. I always forget which one is the APU. There it is. I do that just as a safety for me to make sure I get it right. We'll get the bleed on. Okay, let's go over here so the checklist can continue.
Check in nav.
Compasses.
Slaved.
Window heat.
On.
Seatbelts and no smoking.
On.
Emergency lights.
Armed.
Exterior lights.
Damn. Check.
Flight instruments.
Check.
Altimeters and clocks.
1016. Set and cross check.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Radar and transponder.
Standby.
Indicator lights.
Check.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Stall warning.
Check.
Mach airspeed warning.
Check.
Auto brakes.
Check and off.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Anti-skid.
On.
Autopilot and flight director.
Check and off.
Takeoff warning.
Check.
Auto flight annunciators.
Check.
GPWS.
Check.
Instrument warning.
Check.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Instrument source selectors.
Normal.
Reserve brake valve.
Closed.
Spoilers.
Down.
Static selectors.
Normal.
Oxygen mask and regulator.
Check and emergency off.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Stabilizer trim.
Check and on.
Rudder and aileron trim.
Check.
Checklist completed.
Okay, we're just about ready, folks. Let's get back, and I just want to make sure got the EPU now on. Let me let's get rid of something here.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power.
Ground power disconnected.
Okay, let's start the flight engineer.
Battery on. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 139,204 pounds. Fuel panel. Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Let's see. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. Let's see.
All right. That one, quick explanation. They want it in GA. I have it in takeoff dry, not top of descent, as TOD to most of us means takeoff dry. That's just the way I like to go. Maybe one day I'll try it in GA. I'd say almost this one, but I'm pretty well prepared the other way, so we'll just go ahead and say check.
Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. This. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs off. Checklist completed.
All right, folks, you know what comes next. We get to push back and start. Let's go ahead, get better pushback on the way here.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
Okay, now we are ready for engine start, folks. Yep, we have all those set. Nice little look out the window here. My one concern with this, folks, just saw it. I get really poor frame rates sometimes. So, like right now, we wouldn't have been able to be on VATSIM.
Okay.
Even if we tried. We're below 20.
Ready to connect.
And I don't know why. So, again, I don't know if that's a Felis thing or not, because I never had troubles over in X-Plane 11. But with X-Plane 12, boy, it seems to hit it hard. Okay, lifting us up. We're getting ready to push. And I just want to keep an eyeball here.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Brakes
Parking brake
released.
released.
But the chocks aren't.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Starting pushback.
Chocks
And
removed.
you may start engines.
All right, folks, the fun part we've all been waiting for, the engine start, which is interesting to say the least in this. Now, the real plane could actually start 2 engines at once. I have good luck once we get the first 2 going. It's doing them in 2 sets that makes it problematic. So let's get
Ready
the
to
start
the
valve.
engines.
Ready for engine start.
Okay, then I switch, wrong view, sorry folks. I'll switch to this view. The reason being I can watch everything unfold here. Just got to get my bearings. Why am I, okay, there we go.
Starting engine 3.
Starter valve open.
Okay. Once you hear starter valve, you can let go. And then you're watching this gauge right here. This is your N2 building up. I believe it's N2. I have to look at the front. And I'll show you what I mean, why it's a little confusing. When it hits 20, he's going to tell you 20%, but then you can introduce the fuel.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Okay, and then you're waiting for stabilized.
Starter off.
Not yet.
Engine stabilized.
That's what you're waiting for. Now, for number 4, it gets a little tricky because it's hard for me at least. Now, you all may have a perfectly seasoned mouse that doesn't get chased by a cat very often that hits that spot perfect to start it from that view. But if you just do this, we're using system 1,
Starting engine 4.
Starter valve open.
and I'll be right back. Follow along as I do it, folks.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up. Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the left. We'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off. Starter off. Engine stabilized. Engine stabilized.
All right, folks. Yeah, that was had to go. That was the call we were waiting on. Kind of held the start up a little bit, but mostly me getting to this point to be able to push and start. But yeah, very much directed at a student that doesn't need to go in any way picked up by the microphone and go out to everyone. So, all right. So speaking of which, after start, the checks look like they're ready and hopefully will proceed without
After start
issue.
checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine and the ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Okay. Couple more to go. Let's do our taxi checks. Did I say
Flaps
we were...
1.
You know, let me see. Did I say we were doing flaps 10? Okay.
Flaps 10.
All right, so check-wise, we need stabilizer in the green. 3.9. And if in doubt, like right here where you see that green line, if it's close but not over where you're setting, you know what, folks? Or if you think it might have, it doesn't hurt. That way it's in the green band. Probe heats, I believe I've already turned on. Oop, one too many. Yep, they're on. We don't need anti-ice. Flight controls. Oh, yeah, we got to do those. Hang on. All right. Now, you hear me talk about this a lot with the 727. I'm not a big fan of FlyJSim's flight control gauge because, folks, you can't see it from the cockpit. More so in the 747. This is an outstanding gauge. Now, whether it'll fit or not, that, of course, is another story for another time. But there is a gauge very similar to this. Watch. Ailerons. You can see them moving in here, along with the spoileron. Okay. Up top's the elevator. And always make sure they center. And folks, you should do these things. Some aircraft out there, they actually have gust locks on in the simulator. And if you forget to take them off, well, you can be like the few corporate planes that have also forgot to take them off and found themselves, well, off the end of the runway in a big fireball. And then the rudder. Actually, I don't think I turned the ADPs on. Oh yeah, I did. Okay. That's why I wanted to make sure. But now you see why I like this gauge over the one FlyJSim gives us. Glad they do, but I wish it would be better. Totalizers, engines, aft, cargo heat. Last thing. Okay, let us run it. And as you see, folks, you can run it from by the pilot, by the co-pilot, or by here. I think the co-pilot has it. Yeah, the co-pilot does have it. Okay, and then all you got to do is just find that start switch and
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 10.
Flaps 10. Parking brake released.
Takeoff data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
all right. So there you have it, folks. We're, as you can tell, on our way taxiing. Yeah, had I come up when I just fired the plane up, folks, we would be at the same point, but maybe still delayed in getting going well into almost an hour. Takes a while. And then if you have the INS system, and again, none of this is against Felis. It's just you're one man. You don't have the crew management going on that they do. And so they can get through it a little quicker. Also, that's why many will tell you, I've heard a couple of people now, the flight engineer shows up first, and he gets a lot of it done before the pretty boys, that is the first officer and captain, arrive. So they can get to, and he might have even begun the INS programming, but he definitely gets that alignment started. But again, I know a lot of people love it. I used to love, playing with the Cephas INS, but oh, when it got into those troubles that I got into with it and wouldn't clear even after an uninstall, reinstall, I just threw it away as garbage. So, not to say that here, it's just, oh, it was very frustrating. All right. So that's why. Again, it's nothing against Felis at all. I mean, like I said, I've heard so many people love it. They recommend me try it. I just don't want to go through an additional 45 minutes of time on stream getting that set up, especially on this route. It took all but 10 minutes to set the FMS up on this one. Part of me wanted to take this to Narita, but then I looked at the clock, looked at the time, looked at how my body still felt, and said, you know what? Honolulu is a good place to go. And boy, putting that in the IN, well, you can only do 9 fixes, but oh, sorry, that's really loud. And frame rates are getting like that again. So yeah, I really don't know where the hog is on. And FNL Aviator, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. We love having you aboard. Hope you enjoy the ride over to Honolulu. Aloha he, aloha he. All right, we'll just sit here and go through these while the engines respool up. Cabin alert, we haven't even told them to do their thing.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
All doors are closed and armed.
All right, while they're doing that, let's make sure ignitions go to flight start, which is all of them, folks, not just system 1. Okay. Body gear steering, we'll hold on that when it comes up. You'll see why here in a second. Let me get that volume turned down outside. All right, we're instrument today, so we'll hold at the ILS line, even though that's really an ATC thing. Transponders, ignition, body gear steering, palp valves will close for takeoff, fuel boosts on, cross feeds checked. Let's go back here. I'm just kind of running through real quick. Okay, so we're in a good position to leave things as is. All right.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Damn.
Again. We'll get it on the
Back
runway.
valves. This.
Okay, we'll get that too.
Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
The other safety information in a card located in the seat pocket in front of you. We strongly suggest you read it before takeoff. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask one of our crew members. We wish you all an enjoyable flight.
Here we go, folks. Clipper 841, San Francisco Tower. Roger, Clipper 841, clear for takeoff, 28 left.
Cabin ready.
Like I said, my only big concern, FNL Aviator, welcome aboard. Thank you for, again, the follow. And look forward for you to be on future flights. But my one only issue with Felis, and again, it just may be a me issue. It may just be my total misperception of performance on the plane. But I think the performance on takeoff is way too overpowered. Just me again. All right, so here we go. Body gear on. And here we go, folks. Again, climb out will be to 6,000, and then we'll try to do the aftertake. If we've got it done by then, we'll press on. Timer started. Here we go.
Stabilized.
You can. I don't really know how, FNL Aviator. Thrust is set, and
80 knots.
we're going to be airborne, folks, before 19s. Up by...
V1. Rotate.
Okay.
Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up.
All right, again, we're joining the 280 radial to norm.
Flaps 5.
flaps 1.
Okay, I think we're going to go ahead and press for top altitude. Things are going pretty good here for the first time in a long time after not flying it in a while.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever. Off. Landing and logo lights.
They're going to have to wait. All right, now let's go direct. Okay, so we go to INS. There we go, making that turn, I hope.
10,000.
Okay, now.
Off. Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign. Check. Back valves. Open. Fuel heat. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
All right, we did that in pretty good time, folks. As we turn on course for BEBOP and Hawaii. Well, thank you there, FNL Aviator. I actually kind of shocked myself on that one, and we got one thing I forgot to do. Do it from here. Get us into takeoff climb. So used to the other airplanes, 307. Really did that wrong. Like, why didn't it move? Come on, here we go. She's easing on up there, folks. Oh, you do one thing real quick. almost there, and I'll kick it into IAS again mode for the remainder, well, for a lot of the climb. See, the nose is now coming up. And now it's going to maintain the speed, folks, by pitch, much like we did in the 727 a few days ago. But the 727 does not actually have an auto throttle. It just controls that speed by pitch. Once you top out at, in our case, 34,000 feet level off, nothing's going to hold it to that speed. Here, it'll be held to the speed. I want to look at something here, folks, in the settings down here. We'll not mess with those yet. We're having enough troubles. Oops. Y'all didn't see that. I forgot the flaps all the way up. I thought I had them all the way up. Spaceman, we're going to need maintenance at Honolulu to check the flaps. Oops. Sad thing is, the real crew wouldn't have had this view. I'm going, why does the wing look wrong? I'm like, oh, crap. Now, but there you have it, folks. We should be getting through 18. We just did. Let me just zoom in. It's a lot easier for these old eyes to read these numbers. Okay. While I'm here, at least 200, if not higher, but we'll start at 200. Okay, and 29, is that 92? Yeah. Okay. All right, folks, we're on our way. Giving you all a nice grand look at the up here with the captain on the left, first officer on the right. Look at their office up here. We'll just stick to the captain's side now. And hope you all enjoy the ride. We're showing about 4 hours, 42 minutes. I wonder if we'll shave that off quite a bit as we get up into the 30s. So we'll see. But yeah, we are on our way, folks. 11 minutes since we let the brakes off at SFO on the runway. Clouds look a little different today. Hell, now we're getting better frame rates. Maybe it was just San Francisco that was hammering it. But I'd like to know if I've got to set set settings differently when I fly this plane or not. You know, I know something I forgot to do. Let's go ahead, throw the switch. Whether I wanted to or not, it would have never stopped at 6,000 feet, folks. Okay, we're now 27,000 feet and shaved a half hour off our en route time, folks, and we've only been 4 additional minutes in flight. Gotta love it. So, getting into that tailwind that we're expecting, believe it or not. So, all right, so we are on our way. 27,000. We should be getting into the Mach numbers now. Oh, excuse me for the yawn there, folks. Oof. But got a beautiful day in store out over the Pacific here. As we cross over from San Francisco to Honolulu, flying to grand skies of Pan Am. Yeah, I've got to learn how to derate the takeoffs here, how to use that, I'll show you what I'm talking about. I don't know how to use this decelerator, deceller. I know you just work it here, but I don't know how to derate and what charts I need to know what to set for. So that's why FNL Aviator, I do not know what to set it for. So. But if I ever get my hands on those charts and then learn how to use that little gauge, it'd be fun to maybe actually watch her walk down the runway or run down the runway as far as I'm used to seeing them. people, I don't know about you all wherever you are, but here in St. Louis, Missouri, oh, we have had a breath of fresh air in June. Hang on a second. Wow. We were actually in the mid to upper 50s last night for lows here, which normally are in the mid to upper 60s. And temperature today may get into the upper 70s. Oh, just simply gorgeous out here. It's a shame we can't get the clouds to break away, but probably if they broke away, we'd get into the 80s. But still, what a beautiful day here in St. Louis. I'm actually sitting in my office because we got all the windows open, and I'm in a coat. It's kind of chilly with the breeze. So, anyway, I hope it's that way for you. I know if you're down south, chances of this front getting there probably slim to none, but hey, you never know. You kind of beg for these kind of days in the middle of summer. Hopefully we get a few more of them, because I'm sure we're going to pay for it with heat. All right, folks, we are slowly closing in on our cruise altitude of 34,000, as with our Mach speed of Mach 0.85. Once we get in the vicinity of it, probably we'll kick it into Mach speed hold instead of into Iowa. Scotsman, welcome aboard. Nice to see you here, sir, as we take the Queen across the little part of the Pacific to Hawaii. Welcome in, sir. All right, so 83, we're getting close. Let me kind of scan over so I can put it in Mach. And instead of it holding it by the indicated airspeed, it'll hold by the Mach number. So, which will be 0.85 if I can get it there. It was a nice weekend. I mean, got a little hot there. Let's see, I worked Saturday out at the airport, walking out in front of the terminal, but boy, Sunday, wow, what a day. Like I said, we beg for these in the middle of summer. Actually, more so, I beg for a breeze to hit the airport in the middle of summer. Just to help move the air a little. All right, coming up on 8.5. All right, we're landing on BEBOP. All right, we'll let it climb now, 0.85. So instead of holding it at 307, now Mach 0.85 will be the number. And then I'm going to come on down here and push it over to whichever one says Mach. Now, you can do it this way, which is probably the more realistic way, or up here, go to EPRL, and it's right there, and it's a lot easier to read. Switch over to Mach. And let's go ahead and go into, not GA Cruise. And then it'll hold as we cruise along with what do we got? 3 hours, 50 minutes to go. Folks, by the way, when I said we had an hour or 4 hours, 40 minutes, that was 11 minutes ago. So we have actually come very close to shaving off an hour by getting up to 35,000 feet in 11 minutes. That's pretty good. Although, think about it if it was Concorde. Of course, then we'd also be right now at about Mach 1 or 2 until we leveled off. Almost 30,000 feet higher than we are. All right, so sit back, folks, relax, enjoy the music as we continue the weekend. That's right, folks. I put it on Discord. Let's just continue that weekend vibe and head for the tropics. Headed for Hawaii. Yeah, I work at an airport there, FNL. Aviator is a public safety officer, crash, fire, rescue, security, and medical. So I'm on the last half of my 48 hours off before I go back for another 24. Oh, very cool. Very cool out in Colorado. Cool. KFNL. I know that one. Oh, now I gotta look it up. Doggone it. I know the call letters. I just can't. They're right on the tip. I know that one. Fort Collins. That's it. Oh. If memory serves me right, when I used to drive a truck many years ago, um, my only time into the Rockies per se, always when I went out west, it was always down Route 40, over Albuquerque and all of that. So I really didn't get into the Rockies because technically that's Colorado. And anyway, I was going to Salt Lake, and a old old hand trucker told me, with the load I had on heavy, he said, "You're better off to go up over Laramie and across that way. Just cut through Fort Collins." And I believe that's where we cut through. Boy, was that a beautiful run, though. Oh, man. Got on I-80, and, that was actually pretty good. I kind of wished I'd have went I-70 and then up Route 6 to Salt Lake, but that was still pretty, going the way we did up to I-80. Ah, I hear that, sir. Story's not far off from yours, just a lot long ago. Long ago. Back in the 80s, where I ran up against my brick wall after my private pilots. But, life threw me a curveball, or I threw myself the curveball, and life just kind of actually turned out really good, so I can't complain. So, now, do I wish I still flew a 747 in the real world? Heck yes. But I am right now. Like I said, sometimes the good Lord shuts that door, but boy, the door he opens, if you'll just walk through it, man, oh man. What can I say? Blessings all around. But you have to take those first two steps. right, so I have us in cruise, I believe. Let's make sure. Cruise, radar's on. All right, we are progressing on out into the ocean. I know you can't see it. I sure as heck can't see it, except me. No, I think that's blue sky. Um, so, well, I am glad you came aboard, sir. Glad you found us as well. Well, we'll be here, sir. We still got a good 3 hours and 40 minutes to go at least. All right, so take a look at our fuel tanks, how they're running. Perfect. So when I'm ready for descent, I can just open those reserve valves and we're ready to go. Cool. All right, we'll leave it at zoom level 8. And we will double check that I did do the transition to standard, and I did. All right, folks, we are on our way. So, hope you all enjoy. And if you're new to the channel, as FNL Aviator was, hey, we'd love you to hit follow so you can get an email notification letting you know the next time we go live, and you can join in with us as well. If you're catching this in a replay on YouTube, that's how we basically take them from here, upload them as is, don't edit. Probably should, because this one's going to probably come in close to 5 hours, maybe more. But if you're catching us there, thank you so much for one, watching us here on YouTube, and two, hit that subscribe button. If you hit that bell, you'll get notified also by email when a new video comes out. So if you'd like to join us when we're doing a live stream, obviously this is not live if you're on YouTube watching this, check down below, hit Twitch, and then you'll see our flight schedule on Twitch. Little complicated, I know, but not too bad, I hope. So, all right, so we'll just kind of cruise along, listen to the music, keep that weekend going, folks. We're headed to the island, Oahu, Honolulu. Alright folks, sorry about that, still with you. Doing some training for work here just to get it finished and be done with it, since I keep getting alerts, even though it's due in August, to get it finished. I think it was August, might have even been later. But anyway, hey look, we're breaking away from the clouds. Alright, let me check something here. Where are we? Are we near BARAZ? Getting close. BARAZ is where I'm forecasting to take us up to 36,000. And you know what? I forgot to do something again. I'm going to get in trouble with Felis. I didn't put it in auto hold. Alt hold. Just kidding. They don't watch you that hard. But anyway, folks, we are on our way. Ooh, we're cooking along at 8.6. All right, so let's take a look outside, shall we? As we get ready to head out into the well, we are in the Pacific, but away from San Francisco and away from everything behind us. Let's see here. You know, it was funny yesterday. Oh, that's right. I'm going, man, why am I not on here? I forgot. I didn't come on because they were on. All right. Interesting discussion yesterday at another VA came up, and I didn't know this about the Microsoft brand doing what Microsoft did in the past. And that's not why I'm not there. Partially, but not that specific reason. How they're getting ready, I guess, release 2024, I think it is, something like that. And people are like, well, they haven't even done this, and that. And I'm like, folks, this is what Microsoft used to do, except in 2-year intervals. And then every 2 years, you had to buy a new computer because they were in cahoots with the computer companies. No, just kidding. That's just flying with Mike talk there. So they were talking about that, and I'm like, that's why I'm with X-Plane. I know the aircraft they're waiting on, and I get it. I was just like them back when the old days of when I started. It was Microsoft Flight Sim 98. Then 2000 came out, 2002 came out, 2004, which was actually named, for those that actually know about this one, A Century of Flight. Then, was it 2 years later or 4 on that one? 2 years, I believe. They did release FSX. And then from that point on to when you got MSFS 2020, there were no Microsoft releases. There's a whole story behind that, folks. You can go back, look at it. You'll begin to understand why I wanted to break from Microsoft immediately. But X-Plane still getting its feet wet and not jumping in and making it full. It would take that a long time for them to get to a point to go after Microsoft. And I think they've got a product that can go after them, and that's why I'm with them. Now, in those ensuing years of FSX to 2020, Prepared came along. They helped a little to a lot of the Microsoft guys. Took it from the 32-bit to the 64-bit. I never understood that stuff there, folks. I'll be totally honest with you. But it was a big deal to a lot of people. I don't know what it was. And anyway, we had this big discussion yesterday. It was quite hilarious. For me, being an X-planer and not having to worry about it, the only thing I had to worry about is we switched from X-Plane 11, which took 4 to 5 years minimum that I know of, to the X-Plane 12. And you get the same complaints all the time that stuff was not updated from the past one to this one in time for the next one. And oh my gosh, now we got to update our systems again. And that's just how flight simming has always been. I don't care if you're in the Microsoft world, the Laminar world, the Lockheed world, or Prepared. That's how it always is. And probably always will be. So, but it was just quite humorous to hear that banter. So, because it'd been a long time since that banter was out there, because people were always upset at Microsoft. Look, 2 years, we're getting a new one? What? I gotta update my computer again? it's just the way it is, folks. But anyway, it was quite hilarious. So, well, anyway, I am going to get back to getting this from work done real quick. And back to the stream here, but you know what? You all tell me, what view do you like? Send you a Twitch link? Hang on a second, Josh. Oh wait, I can do it the easy way. Oh no, I can't. I was gonna say, I'll use the computer I'm working on because it's not hooked into Twitch yet. But I was wrong. All right. Hope that gets to you there, sir, is what you were looking for. And hope that's what you were looking for there, Josh. Where if, let me head over to the Felis, where's my Twitch? Oh, right here. Would I put it there? Oh, media. You know, sometimes, you know, hope you all fare better when you hit the age of 58. Is that really where I want to put it, or is there a better place? Hang on. I thought I sent it to you. Let me make sure. I sent it in the direct messages there, Joss. Did I? Yeah, I did. Unless I'm sending the wrong one. Okay, good. Good deal. Just making sure. I want to find out where you put that, because I was looking over there and couldn't figure that out. Then again, it's in media, right? I'm the one with always the crazy questions. That you all do good and tolerate me over there. Ugh. Actually, I don't usually put a lot of questions up. I should say that. Actually, overall, a great product. My only problem is that takeoff. That's it. It's just too short of a run from what I've seen at Mid-America Airport from when they used to come in there all the time. So, but hey, if that's the only thing, folks, I could get over that in a heartbeat. And, oh, by the way, I have, because I love flying this plane. And like I said, I'm sure it's all in that EPR, decel. I just have to find the right numbers to set it up to. So, oh, look, there it is. I appreciate the kind words there, Jost. 777. All right, well, let me return to my training, let you all enjoy the beautiful music as the Clipper Gem of the Sky, or Gem of the Oceans, my bad, heads across the Pacific to Honolulu. All right, folks. I will be on the side. I'm watching. And thanks, Joss D777. I appreciate that. I always love when people get to watch. And just keep it outside here. And currently, we got 2 hours and 43 minutes to go, folks. I am monitoring the chat room. I'm just going to get a couple more classes knocked out for the corporate folks where I work so they can quit sending me. It says, get it done. And I've got 2 months at least to do it. So, we're still here just on this side, folks. Welcome aboard, new to the stream. We'd love you to hit follow. Come along with us on our next journey. Have a blast. Won't be the 747, unfortunately, but you'll enjoy the music, guaranteed. All right, I'll be on the side, but I'll be watching you in the chat room. All right, folks, I got enough training done for the day to suffice for now. All right, so let's continue on. And, well, let's get caught up first, because I know we have a step climb that needs to happen. So let me reset my office here real quick. There we go. All right. Ooh, that gets actually a little annoying, that, All right, so see a bunch of people here. Hope you all are enjoying. And if you are new, smash that follow button, folks. Love to have you aboard on the next flight. That way, when we do go live, you get an email letting you know where we're flying to, from, and with what equipment, or what the stream is about. So, folks, thanks so much for being a part of Flying with Mike. We also will take this video, upload it to YouTube, and it'll air in a few days, maybe a week or so, and you can watch it again. And I know we have a lot of people in the YouTube world that, watch in the YouTube world. Unfortunately, we're not live yet in YouTube, although for a while there, it was starting to look like it might happen, the way Twitch was giving us troubles, but I must admit, it probably wasn't Twitch, but Spectrum, our internet provider, causing us issues. So, I will apologize there for Twitch, but, and you can hear the local Air Force Base flying overhead with the KC-135s, doing their daily training missions. Sound of Freedom all the time flies over the house. Gotta love it. So, but if you are on YouTube, folks, smash the subscribe button. That way you'll at least know when a new video comes around. You'll get an email. Also, if you scroll down and click the link for Twitch, come over to Twitch there and look in the About area, you'll see our flight schedule, and you can see when the next live session will be. So, and I can tell you right now, for those of you on Twitch today, it will be, let's see, today's Monday, so it'll be Wednesday. Wednesday and Thursday we have flights planned. All right, so let me take a look here. Let me bring Sim Toolkit up. And folks, if you don't have this application, it is free. You don't get to hear that much. I don't care if you fly Laminar products, you fly Microsoft products, Lockheed prepared products. Folks, the word free is very hard to find, although Laminar a little easier than the others. But still, I get it. But this is free, gives you a ton of tools. Right now, we're in the flight summary. I'm going to try switching us up to the live map. I'm trying. There it goes. I was going to say, are you going to make a change? And if you look down there in the lower right-hand corner, you'll see our ETE, which is the same in the overlay at the top. 2 minutes, 24 minutes. 2 hours, 24 minutes. Ooh, we're flying through the sky. All right, looks like we're having some troubles with live map. That happens from time to time. All right, so we need to get on up to 36,000 though. Seeing how it reshapes back in. Let me try something here. I have a feeling it's been doing this quite a bit here of late. PHNL. That's what happened. We lost connection. Okay. Well, that's an easy fix. Close. Just restart it. And that's much more promising, folks. All right, we're back on with Sim Toolkit. There we go. Much better. This is the live map. And you can see we're halfway out here. So, and we're still, we got a little ways to go to Honolulu down here. But you get an idea. Here's where I believe it's BITTA. And then we join the Maggie 3 arrival. So we got a little ways to go. We're about 2 hours, 20 minutes out. So what I do want to do, though, let's do that step climb. Okay, we'll set 36 here, but before I do, let's come back over here. Just aimed right. Still high. Okay, and back up front we'll go. And we'll just kind of nice and gently go up at about 800 to 1,000 feet a minute. And just gently ride on up to 36,000 feet. Hopefully that procedure went well. Let me check fuel. Still looking good. Keep it in that configuration till we get closer to descent. Then we'll switch tank to, actually I could do it right now. But for now, let's just keep it as is. Actually, that is, no, it's not tanked engine. Well, yeah, it is. They say to turn off this one or this one. I like keeping the pipe full of fuel. This is the part where my mind, I think, gets in the way of what the screen's telling me. So I just leave it like this. Then I'll put the reserves on as we get closer. Within about 100 miles, if that, maybe even closer of BITTA, and leave them open till we, as we come down, so that they're emptied, and then we'll be good for landing. Everything else is looking good as I look over the flight engineer. And then up here, we're looking at, oh, we're just about to 36,000. Once we level off, I will hope to remember. Oh, the dog cracks me up here, folks. Sorry. All right, we're just. Oh, he has to follow us everywhere. All right, hang on. Let me go back to altitude hold. All right, and our engines are stabilizing now. And we are now at flight level 360, our last in the line of climbs. Again, all we did here, since I noticed I kept Sim Toolkit up through it all, we just moved this switch to select, After we set 36,000, set the climb to about 800 feet a minute and just gently rose up to where most of the passengers probably didn't know we transitioned altitudes. And that's one of those things you learn that finesse, folks. You don't want your passengers to, I mean, they're gonna, feel the turbulence, but if you can make those flight level changes without them knowing, that's the best. All right, so we'll just continue on. We got, like I said, about 2.5 hours to go, folks, and we'll be in Honolulu airspace. Frame rates are running in the 30s. The beginning, we were bouncing teens to low 20s, so I have a feeling San Francisco, the weather in San Francisco combined to give us some frame rate shortfalls. So, but the Felis, I don't know. It never really gets up that high on frame rates, so I don't know if that might have been a culprit too. So, but I can say this much, folks. I highly recommend this aircraft to y'all. Boy, is it a gem to fly. Better be up on your game and ready to play the part of 3 people in one. And if you do dare to take the challenge and fly with the INS or LTN, they're both the same. Little different, the LTN is, but not much. A little closer to the FMC world. Just beware, it takes a little bit more time. But over that is not a bad deal. So, again, folks, let's just continue on. And I am going to go ahead now and get us up here with a flight plan. All right, let's see. All right, 8.5, 36,000, 2 hours to go. What is the cabin altitude now? Let me get over there. Well, let's see. I think that's the better one. Currently set at 5.5 for 37,000. Sorry about that, folks. My dog. He just, or as I should say, the mascot for Flying with Meg. Heard something, woke up from his nap to go look. Probably these cliff swallows that keep buzzing our front door to make a nest. He's watching out for our neighbors, or keeping us surprised. Oh well. Okay, awesome. All right. We'll try to get that set properly on this descent for you there, sir. Oop, that was the wrong button. I know this much, there is an update that I'm waiting to get word on that has been released for X-Plane. X-Plane 12.06, I think it is, where the some new looks to the weather may come, default weather. With cirrus clouds and those pyramids that we see out here of clouds. Were reportedly being worked on. Now, whether they come out or not then or not, we'll find out, but I'm actually looking forward to the cirrus clouds. That's going to be cool. Yeah, I already know. I hear you Microsoft guys go, well, we already have those. I think you guys do. Well, hey, good thing. I mean, the clouds they have in this thing keep getting better with every release, so. And that's how it's supposed to be. And they fixed the big problem I found, well, for me at least. Now, whether for them, it may or may not be a big problem. But up in Alaska, at least with Anchorage and Sitka, we found Felix Felter. Snatch, welcome aboard, sir. Thanks for the follow. We sure appreciate you coming in and hanging out with us and following the channel. But we found a problem at Anchorage and Sitka. More Sitka, but Anchorage in itself was a problem. We were flying into Anchorage in a FedEx version of the Felis, Queen of the Sky. As we came into 7 right, the runway dipped down pretty severely, making it close to a tail strike. And then the ramps were kind of screwy with elevations. Well, they finally got that tuned out. But where the fun one came, a few weeks later, I tried a flight out of Sitka, or not Sitka, Skagway to Sitka. You get down to the end of the runway, and it's like a ski jump, folks. I mean, literally, it puts you in an attitude that you're already stalling out. It took full flaps, full power, to get past that, to get that nose down, to keep it going. Otherwise, you stalled out and crashed. So, luckily, Laminar was there, saw it, and went, yeah, that's a problem. So, welcome in, sir. Beautiful plane, I must say. Great job. Obviously, I fly it a lot, but not as much as I probably should. So, like I tell everyone, one of these days I'm going to learn how to work with that, what is it called? EPR, DECR, basically where I think you do your D rating, so that I get a better takeoff run, because 3,000 foot takeoffs aren't what I remember watching the real 747-200s, but other than that, oh, I love this plane. Oh yeah, and if I get the right one, and if I fly the right version in the right sim, That's my other problem I have, but that's all me. But thanks for the tip. I've actually used that and had to stop that. And if you don't know this tip, folks, if you do that like I am, where you'll fly the wrong version of a plane in X-Plane 12, real simple tip they gave me. Come in here and uncheck this box. That's all you got to do, and it gets rid of everything other than X-Plane 12. Oh, is that such a gem? Thank you for it. So, but yeah, one day I hope to learn how to use the EPR decelerate and get longer takeoffs like I remember watching at the airport I work at, when in bygone days they actually flew in and out of there on charters. Not for Pan Am though. Northwest Orient. Actually, yeah, it was Northwest. I was thinking for a second we might have got one from Evergreen too. But no, that was that a 400? Now I don't know. They had a water tanker for firefighting. I can't remember, was that a 400 or a 200? But anyway, they were in too. That was an impressive demonstration too. Wow. And if folks are looking for an airline that works, I mean, they do not just Pan Am, but they have a TWA division, although it's not what you expect with TWA. They modernized it, which TWA never got the chance to modernize, if you will, because, well, one of the few legacy airlines to make it into the year 2000. So they really didn't get the newer aircraft, your A320s, your 737 NGs, and so forth. But it's a good airline. It's who we're flying for today, and give you a link. You can go over check. Oh, I was going to say, did that break too? But yeah, Pan Am Virtual, give them a look. They also have a DCS squadron if you're into digital combat simming and want to go blow some things up. Check them out. They're a really good bunch of people, and used to be they just supported where the flights would support the DCS missions, but now they're kind of making them kind of separate, if you will. But TWA's the modern side of the house. Pan Am's the classic side of the house. So, and you know, with that 707-120 that's out there in X-Plane 11 and 12, it's a great plane to fly there, folks. It's one of the, matter of fact, the only 707 I think available in both now, since the other one is no longer available. That I'm aware of. The 720B, exactly. 707-120. or 100, I guess it'd be. I don't know if they did them into 20s or not, but yeah, the 720 is awesome. Just updated mine. Was kind of sitting on the ramp in San Francisco last night as I was doing some prep work for this, flipping that coin. Do we do the 7.4 or do we call the audible and fly the 707 again? We haven't flown it in a while, but we did do a tour from San Francisco to Tokyo. Made a run on Kaitak and came back. So, yeah, fun times with it. Ran out of fuel at one point. Had to refill the tanks in flight. But, you know, that from what I understand, I guess the 720 was a shorter range vehicle than the 300, which makes sense to me. But then to find out, I heard that it came out afterwards, which that made no sense to me because the way you numbered it didn't sound right. So, but it's a part of the airline history. It's kind of blurred. I really haven't studied much into. But there are some great videos though out there, folks. You'll understand why airlines like Pan Am, TWA, Eastern are no more. Yeah, it was interesting to watch. The story of TWA and then the demise of Pan Am. There are two videos out there. Wow, deregulation really hurt those legacy airlines. Just a beautiful girl in the air. Beautiful, beautiful plane. Oh, oh, Winston, you just cracked me up. Oh, the dog just really cracks me up. All right, with 2 hours to go, folks, let's kind of get an early look at what we're in for here. Zero 6013, okay, that'll keep us up on the 8s, or at least 8 left. A few clouds here and there, but yeah, not a bad day at all on the island. All right, folks, I will be right back. Gonna go grab some coffee. Okay, just getting some quick references in here. Even though we are a long way out, it's always better to be ready. Okay. How we doing on the heading? We're off a little. Okay. I like to try to keep the heading, folks, close to what we're doing in case something happens, we lose the autopilot, we lose whatever, that I can at least either with the autopilot go to heading or have a number to go with to keep us on course. So that's why you always see me trying. And even though I fail at it miserably, you know, keeping it up to date, I still try. All right, so take a look here. All right, let's take a look. How are we doing in the U.S.? Looks like a couple of things. Of significance, if you're into instrument flying, and right now, Pennsylvania, New York are some pretty good places to go. Also out in between Memphis, Oklahoma City, there's a big batch of rain. So kind of like doing that, folks, letting you know. Tropically, I don't see any systems that I've heard of on the horizon coming. Not to say they aren't there. I know the Azores was dealing with possibility of a spin-up tropical storm / hurricane, maybe, but I think those chances have waned. So right now, the tropics remain. That was something I used to love to do, especially when I had active sky. Wow, that hurricane, the simulation of hurricanes in that program was just breathtaking, folks. Unbelievable. That was back in the Century of Flight days, 2004 flight sim. And I can only imagine how much they've taken that to. I'm just terrified with the way my frame rates are with this bird. Now, I know with Tolus and I know with a couple others I'm up in the 60s, but I'm just terrified it would just drain it. Because what it did in A Century of Flight, folks, routinely I would fly back then with my virtual airline a long time ago, long since stopped, but from Philly to Charlotte or Philly to Atlanta, something like that. And boy, coming through the southeast, those storms were so realistic looking on your sim. Not only the cloud texturing, but the volume and height. I mean, normally right now, for the most part, most people see what they can see out the window in a storm. So you're only going to see a few thousand feet below and a few thousand feet up. But these were actually, if the weather report said up to 50,000 feet, they were up to 50,000 feet all the way to the ground. Solid cloud. You had turbulence, even as primitive as it was back then in A Century of Flight. You had all of that. The icing obviously wasn't a factor then, so you didn't get the hail. That's why I would love to see what comes out of these things today. But yeah, it's a century. That was a phenomenal program, Active Sky, for Microsoft back in those days. To see what it's evolved into and become today, I've been very tempted to, but I'm just scared of the frame rate hit right now. Got a lot taxing the system with OBS and streaming plus pretty solid aircraft for, you know, what they present. I don't want to take a chance of killing my frames even more. So, but we are in the Felis 747-200, and to break it down a little further, we are flying version 1.2.1.7. Haven't updated it in about a week or two, so, and I don't even know if there's an update out for it. I think it's time to take that proverbial walk through the plane. And here's the upper first class. Proverbial coach class. I mean, folks, look at it, folks. Beautiful interior. I mean, that is just outstanding. It's a shame this aircraft no longer flies in service. albeit as a Dash 400 or a Dash 8. So, just a shame, but I mean, just well done. And right up to the nose, let you all see what's up in there. But again, I mean, well done. I mean, the whole aircraft, folks, top to bottom. I know there's mods that if you like cargo with no windows and all of that, hey, that's great. Same with the 3 windows up top, because I know a lot of these 747s were, you know, primarily lounge up top and then seating down below, but some did actually provide seating up top. But yeah, welcome. As it says, you're in first class. And I thought many of them offered seating here, but I guess the bar takes up some room. But yeah, I mean, look at the seating back then and imagine today, folks, with the little berths and all they have. Yeah, it just, I mean, I just love doing this, especially on these kinds of trips. Well, turn. I mean, just awesome. Tip my hat over there to Felix. Oh, let's get back there and close that door. All right, folks. Well, I'll let you get back to listening in on the music. Again, thanks for flying with Mike, and we'll be back with you here shortly. We'll be watching the chat area, but for now, enjoy the music. Alright folks, I just happened to notice something. Our ETE is actually an hour and a half, and we're still showing up here 2:24. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. Alright, so let's, with an hour and a half, let's start talking arrival. Okay, let's first update our weather. Okay, so still the same as before. I knew that would happen. So 060 at 16 as of 1853. It's about 45 minutes, a little under 45 minutes old. So we'll get an update before we start down. But right now we are going to do the 8s, 10 miles, and we got a few clouds scattered about 4,400 feet. So beautiful day in there. It's 28 degrees Celsius currently as we make our way into the Aloha state. Okay, and what we'll do, let's use Sim Toolkit. Oh, not that one. All right. Not really sure why the overlay got screwed up, but it did somehow. All right. Let's get back into live map real quick. As we begin making our way towards the outskirts of Honolulu's airspace. All right, now I told you Sim Toolkit comes with a bunch of stuff. Look at all these neat tools, from streamers, flight tools. I mean, you can import checklists into here. There's a wind calculator. Here, let's just try something. Okay. Well, this is pretty cool. We're going for 8 left. So it's kind of giving an idea what to expect here, folks. I've actually never used this thing. It's kind of cool. So you get an idea how this weather will affect the aircraft wind-wise. So expect it to be pushed over, so you'll have to turn slightly into it. 8-knot crosswind from the left. So you get an idea what you got. You also have settings, of course, and you know, it's just where I run into some great stuff with this is when I get to a place like, let me get back on the live map, over in Europe, and I'm not sure where, you know, where do airliners fly? I can pull up flight schedules from where I'm at and find out where do they go, and then determine if that's what we're going to do next or what. I mean, it's really got a lot of stuff for you. but it's also really good for the new pilots. It allows you to see what you did on your landing. Now, not so much video, but it gives you visuals on the ground of what you did, plus the metrics to back it up, so you can go, okay, so I was fast that time. My VREF was supposed to be that, VREF being your landing speed. I came in too hot or too slow, as the case sometimes. So it gives you that. And then, of course, with X-Plane's built-in replay mode, when it works in X-Plane 12, really helps you out a lot. But Sim Toolkit, folks, it's free. And that's what I love about it. You can also tag in your SimBrief account, so you can look at things here. Like, here's our flight for today. Here's all of the numbers behind what we did. You can also come down here to your arrival airport, pull up the details. Here's what the ATIS is as of 1353. So this is when this was generated. But yeah, it gives you a ballpark idea of what they're doing. Landing runways 4 and 8. Expect ILS 4 visuals. Land and hold shorts. Runways 4 short of 8 left in effect, and you get all of this ahead of time. Now, one other thing you can do is go to this website. This only works in the U.S. and its territories, like Honolulu, Guam, and places like that. But if you head over to there, you can actually, from takeoff, find out what is going on in the real world at, say, Honolulu. I'm pulling it up right now. It doesn't do Guam, but it does do San Juan. It does do Anchorage and Honolulu. All right, and as of 1853, the winds are now 050 at 16. Where were we getting 16? 60. But everything else is the same. Same pretty much. Your landing, departing 4 and 8. ILS approaches, land and hold shorts for runway 4 in effect. So it's pretty much the same. Just going down, seeing if anything else we need to worry about. Nope. But yeah, it just gives you, okay, I'm still 4 hours out, and I'm ready to start programming that FMC. What should I plan for? Many of the airports, folks, have this D-ATIS. You see it on the chart, check it out, and then you'll know one step further you've helped yourself. Now, not to say VATSIM's going to screw with it and do whatever they want, and that has happened to us a couple times. But 95% of the time, you don't have to worry about that. And usually that is because the controller is actually controlling for a VA. Or not a VA, a streamer, instead of the people, making it easy on the streamer. So that I've run into more times now than I wish to admit. That to me is wrong, but who am I? So anyway, D-ATIS is a good way to at least get a good pre-plan of what you're running into. This also has the ability to work in with your charts program. All right, so that way you can see your approach and all up here. Now, you also have the standalone application as well, but it's built in here to make it one place for everything. Kind of nice that way. So, speaking of which, here is NavGraph, and you can see we're planning 8 left for our runway. We just haven't selected our approach yet. So all we got to do is come down here. Now, neat tool you can use is the where you just select approach, and it'll give you those 4-8 left. You can see you can do the arc if you want for the localizer. Well, you can select. You can run the ILS UCO. So it gives you an idea what to start looking at. And you can always bring the charts up. Brook is up here. Okoa, I think, is here or here. Or just final. Or if you're not sure, bring up the chart. I think this is the one we'll do. Then just add it to the route. So when you close it off, not only has it put it down here, but let's just say that approach just happened to have Cat 2, Cat 3. Those charts would be added down here as well. All right, so it looks like I got a general idea of what we're going to be doing. So let's take a look at the MAG E3, shall we? We're going to come in over BITTA. Now the MAG E3, the ATIS here in Honolulu, this isn't reflecting it. Let me see, does this one say? They don't show D-ATIS. Wow. Okay, well then maybe it really isn't. We're lucky to have it. All right, transition level, take a guess. 18,000, always US. Maggie. So once we take our transition down to Samoa to Maggie, then we'll go via CH39 to the Diamond Head. I think it's Coco Head. VOR, then radar vectors to our approach to the airport. Okay. Now there are RNAV approaches, folks. Feel free to look them up. This is what we're flying because this aircraft really isn't geared to the RNAV because the INS, you got to have lat long coordinates. Can't just put in SMS or BITTA and then SOMOH. You have to put in the coordinates for them. So it makes it a little challenging, but if you got them, great. Put them in, you can do it. So BITTA to Samoa, Maggie, Bamboo, Girdle, Coco Head. Pretty simple. No altitude restrictions, so we'll descend per normal procedures. And what I do is basically take the flight level I'm at and whatever altitude I want to go to, take the 2 zeros off each one. So for like, I think, well, let's take a look at the ILS. Has it got any directions of what we're supposed to be at Okaya? Does not appear to be. Jevitt is 3,500 feet. At least 4,400 feet or above is what I'm seeing. And technically, folks, this part of it is an RNAV. Just so you know. So technically, I could force us to Civic or Salic and then come in that way. All right, so mandatory 6,000 at UCA. 210 maximum speed. Okay, so there you go. So to plan this out, what I do is we're at 36,000. 36 minus 6, bet somewhere around 31 or 30. Times that by 3, somewhere around 90. I'm going to add 10 or 15, so we'll figure it about 100 miles from UCA, unless ATC tells us otherwise. So we'll start down about 100 miles from there. Or, you know what, we'll just plan. I miss the altitudes that we used to get on this one. Because we used to get like 13,000 at Bamboo and so forth in. Well, let's do it. So we got to program the FMC. Well, anyway, let's continue on before we get to that. So let's go to the ILS. Frequencies are across the top. We're going to put in 111.7. Final approach course of 079. Those we have to put in. Fig tree, 2,200 foot. So at about 9 miles out, we got to be at least 2,200 foot and on the glide slope. Decision altitude 213 feet, which is actually 200 feet above the ground. We'll set for 200. I think we already are. Here's missed approach out to Alana, and we'll hold at 5,000 feet. All right, so we're going to come over Uka, to Ritz, to Jevitt, to Cozy's, Fig Tree, and in. Again, 114.8 is Honolulu, 11.7 for our ILS on a heading of 79. Again, Uka, we got to be at 6,000 feet and no faster than 210. So we'll probably have some flaps out at that point. Okay, Jevitt, at or above 3,500 feet, descending down to 2,200 feet, but we can't be below 2,700 at Cozy's. All right, and finally, our minimums for this approach, 200, and Mike, hey, Mad Air, 1997, how goes it? Welcome aboard. We are doing great in the middle of San Francisco to Honolulu. So 200.5 is our minimums for the airport, and right now we have no problems with that. Okay. There you go. Once we get on the ground, we aim to get off right in this area. Worst case, we'll make Kilo back taxi. Very worst case, come off and work our way back. Now, for parking, let me pull up that chart. Bear with me 1 second on that, folks, and then we'll get that. I'm going to pull up something. All right, E10. So we're going to go for right up in this area, folks, for parking. Okay. I think Americans this side, Delta's this side, United I think has this side, to include the F's right here. These were the Micronesia flights. Hawaiian, local parks here, international mixed in with all the other, like Japan Air and all of them, Qantas, Air New Zealand all go in here. So yeah, we'll shoot for E10. So if we get lucky and can come off at hotel, it's a straight shot in. Although the bad thing is there's a lot of stuff to do when we get on the ground. So We'll clear up and make it happen, then taxi. All right. Finally, we need to begin thinking about performance. So we'll click landing, load sheet. We are going to do a flaps 30 approach into Honolulu. Our runway is 12,300. Elevation 0. Heading 079, so we'll call it 8. And do we have a slope? Hang on a second, working on it, folks. Do we have a slope? Down 0.03. We're going to keep it 0. Got a dry runway. Temperature outside is frightful, but the sky. Oh, sorry, wrong season. Yeah, we're still showing 060. That's kind of funny. Temperature 28. Runway's dry. Pressure 3007. And I said 060 at 16. Whew. All right, so what that yields us here, folks. Clean 233, flaps 20. Oh, never mind. I'm reading it backwards. Sorry, folks. Flaps 1 at 213. You can see the deployment of flaps. We hit set speeds. Hang on. Let me come off this. I'm going to hit set speeds and you'll see the bugs change on there for us. Now they're set up for the arrival, each one in these green items. By the way, our VREF is 133. So that's what we're shooting for, a touchdown. We'll fly the approach in between 145 and 140. Doing our best to hit 143 to make that number happen. Okay. And we're going to fly that from, what was the fix called? Oh, we're still on San Francisco. Sorry about that. Let me switch over. From Fig Tree. So from 9 miles out, we'll be at about 140, 150 in that frame coming in. And then we'll start pulling it back as we get closer to touchdown. Okay. So let's get in here and see, one, how much further we have. Okay, so we still got to get up to board. Okay. Board is 80 miles out, followed by another 80, oh, I'm sorry, 250 miles out. then 80 miles to BITTA, and then we're on the arrival. Currently looking at 401 on the top of descent. We'll kind of see how that plays out. All right, folks, so we are slowly working in. Let's get this FMC set up. Should already have the Maggie. Okay. ALS and Uka. Execute legs. All right, we are programmed in. Let me make sure altitudes. 6,000. Okay. And let's see what that did here. 419 now. And as I always say, folks, ATC can change this. So, all right, so let's continue our way into Honolulu. We'll enjoy the music here, probably about another 45 minutes or so, and then we'll be ready to start our descent. And we'll run the checklists, folks, in the descents. We won't, like when I click this to next for descent, we're not going to start this immediately because we got to arm spoilers. Altimeters are below 18,000. We can do some of this, but not all of it yet. All right, so let me come back to here, and of course, nothing to see on the AV tab. All right, so enjoy the music. Be right back. All right, folks. We had to take down the overlay because it seemed to get stuck. And I don't know. Oh, wait. Yes, I do know how to refresh it. Never mind. Silly guy behind the... Nope, it's still problematic. All right. Well, right now we are about 53 minutes out of Honolulu. And currently beautiful weather there awaits us. Let's see if we've got a new METAR to make sure things haven't drastically changed on us. Still 060 at 16. Yep, still the same numbers. All right, and that's as of 1853. And currently, I think we're should be looking for 1953. So hopefully we get a better METAR here soon to work with. If not, we will fly it the best we can. All right, so hope you've enjoyed the hop across the channel here between Hawaii and San Francisco. Been a pretty fun time. A lot of great people came out, supported the stream from Jost 777, Felix, the man behind the plane out here. Here, we haven't shown it off in a while. To our follower, couple followers, FNL Aviator and Felix Felter Snatch followed us. So, I mean, it's been a really great stream, great time in the air. Beautiful, beautiful plane to fly with. So, we shouldn't be much longer, and we may start getting a little glimpse of the islands up ahead of us. Probably as we get closer to BITTA. But we also were talking about X-Plane 12.06 due to come out here shortly, supposedly addressing pyramid clouds. I don't think I see any right this moment. Oceanic flying tends to really pull them out. Nope. Some starts to them. But really, no, I don't show any out there. But they're addressing that issue, though. Actually, this is a little bit of one started. They're very pronounced when you see them. I actually had inverted pyramids. Where the heck was I going in? Yeah, that was weird. But the other thing I'm looking forward to is the Cirrus introduction. Let me get that English going right here. To cirrus clouds. So we'll see how that progresses. So, and then with tropical season coming on, I'm always curious how these default weather engines depict the weather. Granted, nothing. Well, I'll probably do active sky, but with tropical weather, especially hurricanes. But you know, these default weather engines are getting better and better, just like what we see outside. Yeah, we're starting to get some pyramids over here. This is what they're going to be addressing. So we'll kind of have to wait and see. Been some great updates in the past with X-Plane. So, and these clouds just keep getting better. Just some minor punch list items for me. And yeah, this is really a good sim that's come on board here. So hope you all have had a great Monday. Like I said, this trip in Discord, we're just extending the weekend, folks. We're headed to the headed down to Hawaii. So keep that theme going for the weekend. Yeah, you can really see what we're talking about. See how they look like a pyramid? We're not sure if that's supposed to be like cumulonimbus or what. So I'm kind of curious how that evolves. And like I said, reverse that, and I ran into that under some clouds. It's the pyramids of Giza. Sure, that line's never been used. There you go, folks. A nice screenshot of Clipper. What is it? Gem of the Waters? But yeah, we are almost there, folks. Are we there yet? All right, so let's hop inside and see where we stand. About 280 miles top of descent. Now, what's going to be fun to watch here, folks, once we cross board and get close to BITTA, watching our nav radios come back. Those of you on the INS systems, you got to realize you got to update. And you got to be in range of a VORTAC to be able to do that if memory serves right. And that's how you get it back to where it's full strength. Like I said, a lot of little nuances, a lot of little things that go into makes it fun. But man, that error code that would not clear on mine, just did it aggravate me to where I just don't use the INS anymore. It's nice to keep you busy because you can only do 9 waypoints at a time. So you're constantly inputting a waypoint when one falls off. But man, I couldn't even get it to update. Or to align, I'm sorry. Without that code, and oh well. That's all I can say is, oh well. All right, we've got some traffic coming in here with us. We got a American working in from the west behind us, A321. We got another American working in ahead of us from the, let me say that again. One coming from Los Angeles from the east behind us, and then one from the west coming at us from MJ. I know that one. Anyway, it's from one of the Micronesias, and I can't think which one. But anyway, he's coming at us. So we're going to have a little bit of traffic plus a little bit on the ground. So, matter of fact, we got a couple on the ground. Preparing for departures. So, one just took off for... Well, that's a short hop. He may be a factor 2 coming back, so we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, it looks like little interesting times as we come into Hawaii. And we still would like to say we'd like to get out to the islands, but it put such a sour taste in me, the dealings with the way Hawaii dealt with COVID and all. And Norwegian, which I know Norwegians hand-tied because of what Hawaii did. I don't know. But to me, that's the only way to do Hawaii because you see it all. Instead of stuck at Oahu trying to figure out what all are you going to do on one island. So... All right, so have we crossed board yet? Nope, 70 to go. All right. See if any new weather has come out yet. Oh, we do. 060 now 17 and 29 degrees and still 07. All right, so 17. Did I say 29? Yes. 07, 8. Speed changed. Got down 1. Okay. Board, by the way, is the boundary of Honolulu Center. Well, I hope y'all's Mondays have gone well. We are on the outskirts of Honolulu, Honolulu Center, when and if they come up. But overall, folks, great flight, great time with you all as always, and look forward to many more. Thanks again for the follows from FNL Aviator and Felix Feltersnatch on the 2 follows we've had so far, folks. Hey, if you're new to the channel, you like what you're seeing, we fly not only the 747, but we do fly the 727, the Zebo free 737-800, and folks, you'll snap your head when you go, oh my God, is that like PMDG? Yeah, and some. It's in some areas better than PMDG, and some areas PMDG better than it. But where it outdoes PMDG every day of the week and twice on Sundays, it's free. Can't say that about Zebo. I mean about PMDG. We also fly the Flight Factor 767, occasionally the A320, but that's because we have the TOLUS A320 Neo and A319. Occasionally you'll see the King Air C90, that's default to X-Plane, as well as the Citation 10. Also, we do fly the Caravan from Thronda on X-Plane 11, as with the 727, because they're not, well, the Thronda Caravan is ported over now to X-Plane 12. However, I can't seem to get the X-Plane 12 version. It said it would be free, but it always comes up full price. I don't know why. So, hey, I do enjoy dabbling still in X-Plane 11. It's just as good of sim to me, just without the clouds. I mean, these clouds are phenomenal, but I can get over that, folks, to fly that plane. So, and we are looking to add to our hangar a couple of options out there. I just haven't figured out which one I want to really go after. So, but yeah, we enjoy flying what we do here on X-Plane 12. Like I said, every now and then you will catch us on 11. So especially if we're going to fly the 727. We fly for 4 different virtual airlines out there. Sim Air Force is a virtual special operations group that I fly with, along with Pan Am Virtual for here, Piedmont Virtual and Virtual American, as well as Mac Air, Millennium Aviation Company. Most flights seem to end up on Millennium Aviation just because you can't be everywhere with the rest of them. So there, I can be. Oh, and I do fly the default A320 now. A300, stand by, let me get it correct. Default A330 in X-Plane 12. We have flown 1 flight so far with it, along with the Rotate MD-11. And we've flown a couple in that one, the MD-11. But look for more A330 flights, as I'm starting to see what's out there with it. So, hope you enjoy, folks. And again, if you really love this content, hey, we'd love you to smash that follow button. Join us. Next trip's going to be in the 737 from Zebo, so you can get that little jaw drop to go, oh my God, that is PMDG. But it's not. PMDG is PMDG. Zebo is X-Plane. And Zebo, I still think in many arenas is better. So, but again, I've been shown where it is possibly better on the, where some options in the PMDG are there that Zebo doesn't. So, but we'll be flying that. Maybe do some instrument flight training as well with it on the next flight. We'll kind of see how things pan out as we fly for Pan Am. Love that segue. All right, so let's kick back a few more minutes here, and then we're going to start down. As we currently are crossing the fixed board on the R464 airway, approaching BITTA in about 80 or so miles. Then we'll start looking for descent clearance. All right, we just turned the reserve tanks on, folks. That is our sign. We are close to the top of descent. All right, 132 miles after BITTA. Oh, excuse me. So 100 miles, okay. So about Samoa here. Okay. We'll plan our descent somewhere right in the Samoa area. Here, let me show you. So we'll plan it somewhere right about here. And that should put us right on 6,000 at Uka, and then we'll ease down to get to our proper altitude for the ILS. I'll get it right yet. Been a long flight. Okay. Here they come, folks. The mileages are starting to show. Haven't got Honolulu yet, but we got Coco. No, wait. No, we got Molokai. Is that how you say that island? Molokai? Yeah, we have that one. So we're about up now. Honolulu came in. So now, folks, if you were INS, you would have to start your updating procedures. So that your INS is as up to date as possible as you come close to them. So you plan your flights so that you're close to them so you can update en route. Otherwise, you're doing it once you get within 200 or so miles, between 160 and 180 to 200 of your coast in, which could be pushing the tolerances of your fix, of your INS unit. All right, there we go, folks. Making the turn on BITTA, headed down on a heading of 202 to towards Molokai. And as you can see, the needle has pretty much firmed up on it. And then Samoa will be, I'm sorry, that's Cocoa Head or Diamond Head, folks, for those familiar with the Honolulu area. And that'll be this heading. Now, technically, I could start flying VOR to VOR to VOR. We're going to keep it on the FMC for now, because we are still 90 or 80 miles from top descent. So let's start looking at that checklist. And start getting some things ready. Okay, so seatbelts and all that we're okay with. Anti-ice, we're not going to need. Auto brakes. We're going to go ahead and set up for medium. Radio switches we'll worry about. Flight director selectors are set. Brake pressures check. Spoilers will arm well into the approach. Landing data, EPR, and airspace bugs all updated. Okay, seatbelt and shoulder harnesses check. Fuel panel check. Fuel heat will turn off as we come down. As we start down as well, probably around 18,000 we'll go to go around. And we'll make our cabin altitude proper as we have been informed. And now I know how to do that, how to set that. So, since I didn't realize it was that simple. And we'll get into that before we run the checklist. So, but we are descending. Well, not descending. We are now coming down the Maggie 3 arrival to Samoa. So, folks, we are just about there. We are currently 20 or so minutes out. That's pretty close, but not, that's close enough. See where they're plotting the top of descent here after Samoa. I plan to do it before Samoa. So, and again, at about 100 miles from Uka, we'll start down, but I want to do it at about 2,300 feet a minute. Nice descent. I don't want to do an Airbus, or 737-800. Let's head for the deck. So, and just for those tuning in now for the first time on this flight, in the beginning, as I was last night doing the prep work for the stream, I was actually flipping a coin. 2 coins, actually. One, am I going to go to Narita from San Francisco or Honolulu? And really couldn't, at that point, decide. It actually took this morning for me to say, you know what, we're going to Honolulu. Then I started flipping the coin. Do we fly the 747-200 or the 707-100, 120? Ooh, decisions on that. And you can tell what we landed on. Both excellent aircraft. Haven't taken the newer version of the 707 up yet. So flew the back in December, January time frame, flew a lot of flights in it, but a couple of quirks came up in it that were, hassling me a little bit, so I kind of switched gears and put it back in the hangar. Maintenance will fix it. All right, we are 40 miles according to this. And looking at the Maggie 3. Interesting, it doesn't give me a distance to there. Let's see, 53 and 45 is 98, so that's about 100 miles out right there. Let me just see something here, folks. So we're 33, and we'll make the turn and start ourselves down. How's that sound? All right, let me get in here and start setting up for this descent. Okay, so we got the altitude set, 13 miles out. Let's make the turn, wings level, go a little bit, then start down. Actually, oh, I turned the wrong one off. Okay, we are en route. BM379. Welcome in. Yes, the Queen is in the air. Thanks for the first time chat. Okay, we're starting to get a little fast, and I know why. All right, we can put the speed brakes down now. All right, so we are descending. Altitude select is on. INS is still on. And we're coming up at Maggie, 27,000. I think that's going to be a good number because we got to go from Cocoa Head here to Okai, which is 6,000 feet. So I think we're in good shape here. We're 67 out of Cocoa Head. So hopefully here we'll start seeing the islands. Although with the cloud cover, it could be kind of rough. So again, hope you all have enjoyed the ride. The since brake release on the runway for our 3-minute adventure out here to Honolulu, Hawaii. All right, let's double check. The seatbelts are indeed on.
Keep your seatbelt fastened while you're seated. In a few moments, flight attendants will be backing around the cabin to offer you hot or cold drinks, as well as a light meal.
All right. Real quick, give you an idea what we have up ahead of us. We just crossed Maggie. Now we're headed to Bamboo, then Girdle, then Cocoa Head. So we got about 53 miles, showing about right here, 51. and counting down as we come down. And I need to pop a little bit of speed brake here. All right, we'll come down here and put this into GA. And let's go ahead and remove charts. See how traffic is evolving here. Okay, so I have a 1737 that'll be about the same time we are. If not, we might sneak in front of it. Hard to tell. Our other traffic is still behind us, and so yeah, we'll kind of play it by ear how this works. Now we're starting to get those build-up storms scattered about the islands right now. So we'll see how that translates into us as well. Okay, let me go ahead and put that off. Okay, radar altimeter is set. 17,000. All right. Altimeter still 3007. Okay, we are set. And let's get the wings on. Okay, just about ready. Let's get that panel set over here. Actually, 5,000 is not bad on the pressure. All right, so here we go, folks. All right, we are 12,000 feet, folks. let me dial this on down. All right, so let's set up Honolulu 114.8. Here. Okay, we're approximately 23 miles from Honolulu and we're slowing still. Let's get those lights on. Okay. Distance 9. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ease up just a little. Because we're going to actually have to slow to 210 to per Uka and 6,000. So
level off.
get those spoilers down. Okay, we are just about to make the turn over Coco and Coca Head and head on over to Uka. Gotta love the names here, folks. And distance here is about 16 miles. Nice first look at Honolulu before the clouds. Okay, we are level at 6,000. Next up, 3,500, which will start our descent soon after Uka. Excuse me, folks. All right, let's start slowing.
approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Hold on.
Okay. Well, for that one, I'll go ahead and check it.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Spoilers.
Hold on.
That will hold that. Okay. Perfect. Plenty of fuel to make our... You know what? We'll just check it and go.
Altimeters.
1018. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure your seat backs and tray tables are in their full upright position. Make sure your seatbelt is secure.
All right, folks, we are very close to landing.
Flaps 1.
Cabin ready.
Flaps 5. Localizer alive.
Flaps 10.
All right, folks, we're 14-mile final. Glide slopes alive and captured. Okay, lights are on. Brakes set.
Flaps 20. Gear down.
All right. Can't really make, I think I've got the runway made out. I want to make sure before I kill the
Gears
autopilot.
down. Green light. Flaps 25.
Now's when I return the autopilot just so I can click off the autopilot easily. Bring back the yoke, I'm sorry. Keep coming in. And flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Landing checklist.
Gear.
Got
Down and check.
Down and check.
the
Flaps.
runway.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeters. 1018. Set and cross-checked. Landing checklist completed.
Honolulu traffic, Clipper 84-1. We're approximately 5-mile final. 8 left, full stop.
1000.
Glide slope, 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 glide slope. Don't sink.
All right. Got my mark.
Approaching minimums.
Continue.
Minimums.
Glide slope, glide slope. Pull up, pull up, pull up,
50,
pull
40,
up.
30, 20, 10. Check reverse.
All right, 80 knots.
Out, off, reverse. Auto brake off.
Honolulu traffic, American 7 on a 6-mile final runway 8 left.
And Honolulu traffic, Clipper 841 heavy, clear of 8 left to the ramp spot. Well, we'll get that once we get there. And we're off at Tango. Just want to get off so we're clear for him. All right, landing lights off. Strobes off. Logo stay on. Body gear on. All right, and last thing I want to get started. All right. Perfect. Right where I wanted to come off. Light director's off. Oh yeah, and let's get the all right, next list while we taxi in.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Outer brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Damn. Off.
Engine and wing and the ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Damn.
But they got me doing a lot.
Stand by.
Flaps.
Flaps up. Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
field.
All right, we are in the blocks. All right, let's see what's next. Okay, so let me do this.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Chocks are on.
All right. The fun one comes up now.
Honolulu traffic southwest 1822, about 15 miles to the west and bound for runway 8 left. Honolulu.
Okay, that should have killed all the engines. It did. All right, and we can turn the beacons and the probe heats off. And the beacon. All right, so now let's start the checklist.
All right, secure cockpit checklist. Brakes. Damn.
We'll skip that because that is a pain on this, for me at least.
Beacon lights.
Off.
INS.
Align.
Probe and window heat.
Off.
Back valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. This. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights.
Hold on. Off.
Radar.
Off.
INS. This. Off. Radio switches. Wait.
Checklist completed.
All right, we're done. All right, folks, let's open up the plane, and then we'll review and see how we
Honolulu
did.
traffic southwest 1822 on final for runway 8 left. Honolulu.
All right, we can start unloading the plane. All right, so while that's going on, let's take a look at all the fun we did on this flight. Well, at least from the perspective of how we did flight-wise. Let's see here. Hang on a second. Uh-oh, Sim Toolkit, did you record a landing? Uh-oh, it didn't. I think it froze. Well, now that's going to be a bummer. Well, we'll rely on a Pan American. All right, says it booked. I'm sure I got to log back in after that flight. All right, so landing rate 173 feet a minute. Well, that's not too shabby. And we got booked, so we're good to go. No TC. All right, well, let's see. Sorry about that. The CEO had a question for me. And let's take a look first around us. See if anyone's still online. Oh, they won't be. I disconnected already. Oh, well. I think I accidentally did that. All right, well, folks, that's a bummer. So there you have it. There's our lovely flight to Honolulu, and just take a look at this scenery, folks. All the pictures I see from this airport look pretty accurate. I don't think this is one of those that they beefed up, but let's find out, shall we? No, it is not one of those. So, looks great, folks. I mean, beautiful scenery. I mean, that is just gorgeous. Pearl Harbor over to our Hickam and Pearl Harbor in that general direction. Just phenomenal. So, all the engines are off. How we doing on getting the stragglers out of the plane? Now we're down to 82. Once we get them off, we'll try to rewind. So, but folks, we have had a great time. It's a shame some toolkit went down on us without us knowing. I'm going to try to reboot it and see what happens. Not expecting a whole lot. Yeah, didn't record a landing. Oh well. Oh well. These things do happen, folks. Down to 35 peeps. Want to see where I'm looking. Plane's unloaded. The baggage doors are already closed. They're just about off the plane. And what we are going to attempt is to rewind to watch our approach. Sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't. It's just a kind of a crapshoot. So we'll see here. Hey, they're all off. Let's see what happens here. All right. Let's go up here.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Removed.
All right, so we're going to give it a try now. Brakes are set. Or so they say. Nice, we are going to get it. All right, well, let me get some appropriate music for an arrival. All right, looks good, folks, for the replay. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, you can tell I've already taken over because it's all bouncy, but see if Sim Toolkit will get us a landing this way. I doubt it. I know we landed wrong, but we still made our taxiway. That, folks, was not bad at all. Boy, I'll take that any time in the Queen. Yeah, we were right of the center line, but boy, I'll take that any time, folks. Screenshot time, guys. Boy, that was such a fun flight, folks. Now, the one thing in X-Plane you can do that the others you can't, I can go back to the very beginning and watch takeoff again if I wanted. Not gonna, folks. Not gonna bore you with an entire 4.5-hour flight. But you can do that, though, if you really wanted to. Let's go back and let's see how it looked from our passenger's seat as they passed by Hickam. It's a joint base, folks. Honolulu International and Hickam. Wow. That, folks, that is a beautiful landing. Wow. There's Hickam right there. We'll go all the way out. So this is Hickam, Pearl Harbor, obviously over here. The ramp for Hickam. Just to give you a little bit of a lay of the land. It is combined with Honolulu International. So and again, a good look at it there. Right over here will be alert shelters for alert fighters. Here it comes. Welcome, Jim of the ocean. Welcome to Honolulu, folks. All right, folks, we're going to wrap it there. Hope you all had a great time here on Flying with Mike. Thank you, Felix, Felter, Snatch, and FNL Aviator for following us. We really appreciate the support. For all of you that came out, thank you for supporting us. Iowa Scotsman, I know I saw out there. Matt, thank you for coming out, and hope you all have a great Monday. And I hope we did justice in keeping the weekend going alive and strong, as we're here in Hawaii. All right, folks, well, we are gonna call it for today. Next up will be Wednesday. We'll be up in Alaska. I think we'll fly some a nice Zebo rundown and then go from there. So from all of us here at Flying with Mike, all I want to say is, folks, have a great day. God bless you all, and we look forward to seeing you next time on Wednesday when we take Zebo up. Again, God bless. Y'all have a great rest of your Monday. We'll see you then. Gotta love when you hit the wrong one. Let's try that one. God bless. Have a great day, folks.